of Paramashivoham level 3. From our side, we just need to take one step. He will take you to the whole. He will give you the experience of the Paramashivoham itself. So you can go to the kailasa.org, Paramashivoham. At the end of the page, you can download the cover image, the Facebook cover image. There you can share an update in your personal account so that you can show your intention, and then you can enrich the people across the globe to manifest their reality to attend the Paramashivoham level 3.
So now we'll look at the next way of connecting with Devi Parashakti is on Twitter channel. So Kailasa, the official handle is at Shri Nithyananda here it's Kailasa's SPA JGM is HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. So on this channel you can see you can also connect by at Shri Nithyananda, and please click the bell icon so you'll be notified whenever His Divine Holiness goes live, Devi Parashakti readings or Bhava Samadhi Darshans, all different things you'll be able to see on Twitter. So after you do the following, once you connect with the live webinar, you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet at #AskTheAvatar. So here on #AskTheAvatar, you can ask your questions, boon requests, or sharing your gratitude, whatever way you want to connect with Devi Parashakti, you can put that in the reply section of the tweet. The next way to connect with Devi Parashakti is on Instagram feed. So the official page of on the Instagram is Shri Nithyananda. So here, click on the like button and follow Shri Nithyananda on the Instagram. And when Devi Parashakti is live, you can ask your questions in the comment section here. So these are the 4 different ways of connecting with Devi Parashakti. Now we move to WhatsApp. You can ask your questions to Devi Parashakti on WhatsApp. So you go in kailasa.org, that's the official website, kailasa.org, and there you will see this icon of chat on WhatsApp. So once you click on chat on WhatsApp, this pop-up button will come up. And once the pop-up comes up, you ask the questions here in the WhatsApp chat window. So you click here, and that's one of the way you can connect with Devi Parashakti. Now, with this, we'll take a short break and we'll move to the next section of offering to Devi Parashakti.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. As we've seen, one of the best manifestation of the Devi Parashakti, their extreme love and compassion. She is gracing us in the embodied form of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness. And we have seen multiple pramanas and how this divine feminine consciousness, the worshipping the divine as a feminine consciousness, being the seed for the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Even Ramakrishna Paramahamsa said, even though the Shiva is the Brahman, the ultimate consciousness, Devi has the key to reach the Brahman, the ultimate consciousness. Only either you have to surrender at the feet of the mother, the cosmic mother, the Parashakti, or the sons, the small sons who have the intimate relationship with the mother. With that relationship, they can able to get the key and achieve the state, the ultimate state of Paramashivoham. So here, as we all know, the whole world is going through so much of pralaya. And even though there are so many conspirators they done against the humanity and the divine feminine itself, with her extreme love and compassion, she is coming and she is gracing us and she is healing each one of our pain, sufferings, and giving boons to each one of the souls, attending to each of our prayers, questions, revealing our past, present, and future, and giving the profound spiritual truths. Now it is time for us to show our love and gratitude to the Devi Parashakti, our cosmic mother. Is one of the best way to connect and show our love to the Devi Parashakti.
So as Premier Maharaj explained, it's so amazing. Like, this is the best way to connect with Devi Parashakti, and in Sanatan Hindu Dharma, we call it Matru Devo Bhava. That's the highest way of connecting to Devi, to divine. And the offering, so now we look at the different contexts of how to connect with Devi Parashakti. So there are different Shastra Pramanas. So we'll be going through 3 Shastra Pramanas now. And I'll read the Shastra Pramana and the meaning of the Shastra Pramana. Dharmaya yashasirthaya kamaya svajanaya cha panchada vibhajan vittam iha mutracha modate. So this pramana is from Bhagavata Purana, 37th verse. So one part should be used for dharma, dana, etc. Second, for yasha, public works which bring fame to oneself. Third, should be reinvested to generate more wealth. And fourth, for kama, enjoyment of material things. And the fifth, for one's family and friends. So the Shastras recommend 20% should be donated for dharma. And that should be the first priority. So with this, we move to the next Shastra Pramana. Grahe dashagunam danam goshte chaiva shatadhikam punyatirtheshu sahastram anantam shiva sannidho. Dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere, 100 times when made in Goshala, cow pen, 1,000 times when made in the sacred places, tirthas, and an infinite number of times when made in the premises of Shivalinga, such as the Shiva temples. So this Shastra Pramana is from Dharma Shastra. Now we look at the third Shastra Pramana. Danam trividamityam kanishta cheshta madhyamam tatra naishreyasam jeshtham kanishtham swartha siddhaye karunyat sarva bhuteshu samvibhagastu madhyamaha. So dana given in order to achieve moksha, nishreyas, is considered the most valuable form. So the context of when you give a dana for achieving moksha or is considered the most valuable form. So whenever dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of a medium value, and it is also called as daya danam. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish motive is known as the least valued of all. So these are the 3 types of danas, and danas for nishreyas, moksha, for the moksha thought current, like Kailasa, building Kailasa ecosystem, which is a moksha thought current based system. Any dana given for that is the highest quality of the dana. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Hundi. And the Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vaishya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. So this is 42nd verse. And the meaning of this verse is Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all the fear. If there is any fear in minds of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant that autumn of our life, when thoughts turn inward, more and more inward, the role of divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi, consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadaradhya means worshipped by Shraddha, Saraswati, Sharada, Saraswati, Sharvani, Devi of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Shramadhyayini, Devi, who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your Kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi. So, the offering for Sankalpa chanting, the nominal donation for this is $1 US. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. The offering the sankalpa, conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all fruition of desires and wishes he is yearning for. So when you offer the sankalpa chanting, your sankalpa will be chanted in the Adi Kailasa and our eastern headquarters of Kailasa. And there, your sankalpa will be chanted in front of the Mahameru, and um, there it will also, your Mama Sankalpa will become a Shiva Sankalpa. So with this, we move to the next section of significance of divine element gold.
Yes, as we are seeing the multiple offerings of to the Devi Parashakti, one of the offerings to the Devi Parashakti through the divine element, the gold. Why there is a significance of the divine element. And before going to this, just want to add in Hinduism, like the best part of Hinduism is everything we have, what we do, everything we have a reference in the name of Sastra Pramana or Apta Pramana or Atma Pramana. Even Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says there is a no use of just the Atma Pramana from the enlightened masters. Even though they are enlightened, their teachings, their science has to be brainwashed, they are acid washed with the Sastras and the Aptas. Sastras are the scriptural reference, and the Aptas are the rishis who are the authorities of the Hinduism who verified this science. And Atma Pramana are the living enlightened masters with their enlightened science. The whole thing has to be acid washed with the Sastra and Apta, and how this is happening now as a Pratyaksha Pramana, now Shakshi Pramana in the current world now. So that is the best part of Hinduism. Now here we are seeing the significance of the divine element gold. Why? If you see the best amendment structures of Hinduism, either it be a big temple, there will going to be always a significance of gold in everywhere. It may be a jewels for the deities, or the like jewel kamacham for the deities, or it going to be a golden gopuram, whatever it may be. Then why there is a need for gold, and why there is so much of significance are given to gold, especially in the Hindu temples or whenever people trying to connect with the divine. So the gold is a present in all scriptures, Agamas, Vedas, Smritis, Idigasa, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from the life-threatening illness, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equipments, amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with a huge door of gold. The streets would have huge column and huge archway made of gold. Horses, cows were dressed in gold. This scriptural reference gives how the Hindu tradition, the Hindu lifestyle was so ethnic and so rich, where everything was, even the cows which we worship and the horse who do the Shiva Seva in the Shiva temples, the Paramashiva temples, are always like treated and decorated with the gold ornaments because they know all the Hindu kingdoms who are initiated by the enlightened masters as a guru, they know only this temple structure going to be survive for all the destruction, and it's going to continuously going to this ecosystem only going to continue contributing to the humanity. As Hindu civilization thrived on the bank of rivers of gold, in this river was the called the Hiran, Hirnayamaya, the whole river of gold, Hirnamaya in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called as Hirnyavardhani in Atharva Veda. The gold is the supreme element for offering gift to one who you love and revere. The temples are constructed and paved in the gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned with gold because it preserves the enlightened energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever. As we all know, the significance of the deities in the each and every temple, they are the energy center who hold the energy and revive the energy to the humanity. So these goals they have so much of significance to storing the cosmic energy and able to transmit to the people.
Nithyananda. So now that you understand the importance of gold, we'll look at the first offering to Devi Parashakti in gold, the Sahasranama Sarna Kasu. So this offering, the donation price is 75 USD, 151 USD, and 251 USD. And the Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Nama Parayana Prita. She who likes repetition of her various names. Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It is very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer the gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe within you. The next offering is Mukta Anguthi, finger ring with a pearl. The suggested donation for this is $251, 501, and 750 USD. Muktahar lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vatra prabham shinjannu purakim kini manidharam padma prabha bhasuram sarvabhita pahala pradam girisutam vani rama sevitam meenakshi pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. The Mukta Anguthi finger ring with pearl. The suggested donation price, $251, 501, and 750 USD. Offer the finger ring with pearl to the Cosmic Mother and experience blessings and healings with your mother. You can offer this seva at tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. Now we move to the next offering, Swarna Padma Pushpa, Golden Lotus. The donation for this is 600 USD. All the kalashas should be wound. So the reference for this is from Kamikagma. And the meaning of this verse is all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. And the Shastra Pramana is Ashtaviddeshwaropeta Kumbhavarna Samayutam Sarve Sasutra Vastradhya Hema Pankaja Bhushita Sapidhanas Kurascha Pakabilva Palaprabha Snapanadhyaya Samsiddhya Pramanena Samanvita. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on mudras and asanas used during the worship involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. The lotus is divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. The base of Paramashiva Linga is lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as lotus, about to bloom. Offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to and express gratitude to the tyaga and sacrifice of your mother. So the next offering to Devi Parashakti is Swarna Methi, the gold touring. The suggested donation is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is Nakhadi Didhitish Samchinna Namajjana Tamoguna Padavaya Prabhajala Parakrita Sarorha. So this is 44th and 45th verse. You whose brightness from toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. So this is Shlokam number 83 of Saundarya Lahari, which states that the toenails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. The offer touring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of your life. So the Swarna Methi donation is to 750 USD. Now we move to the next offering, Swarna Mangatika, the gold hairline jewelry. The suggested donation is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is Sudha Sharabhi Varshini, she who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrahara, that is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangatika represents the nectar flowing from Sahasrahara chakra, which is fully opened. offer the Mangatika to Devi and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. With this, we conclude the offerings for Devi Parashakti, and now we'll be moving to offerings to the Guru after a short break.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide.
Nithyanandam, now we move on to the exciting section of offering to the Guru. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is Na paduka paro manyo na deva sri guru para nahi shaktat para diksha na punyam kula pujanat. There is no mantra higher than paduka, no God higher than Guru, no initiation higher than Shakti, and no merit higher than the Kula worship. This is from the Kularanava Tantra, chapter 12, verse 12. Now we move to the next offering to the Guru. Rikta hastascha no peya drajanam devatam gurum falapushambharadini yatha shakya samarpayet evam yona charat devi brahma rakshasatam vrajet. One should not approach royalty, the deity or the Guru empty-handed. He should offer fruit, flower, cloth, and the like according to his capacity. One who does not do so becomes a Brahma Rakshasa. So this Shastra Pramana is from Kularanam Tantra, 12th chapter, verse 120. The first offering to Devi, to the Guru, is Pratyaksha Pad Puja, and the suggested donation is 1,008 United States dollars. The Pratyaksha Pad Puja is one of the most sacred, beautiful offerings, and This Shastra Pramana is from Kularnav Tantra. Koti koti mantra japat, koti tirthavaгаhanat, koti devachana devi, parasri paduka smritihi. O Devi, remember this paduka which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. So this is from Kularanav Tantra, 12th chapter, verse 5. The next offering to Devi Parashakti, to Guru, is Vastralankar Seva. So the donation is 1008 USD. And in the right-hand side, you see how Devi Parashakti, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, is in the Devi Vastral, in the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and you can see how she is graced with the kavi cloth and all the different Vastralankars like sun and the moon on the top, the Chudamani, and the different ayudas and all that. So, and the golden Meru in front of Devi Parashakti. So it's how the Vastralankar Seva, you can offer this Vastralankar Seva to Devi Parashakti, to His Divine Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to the Guru, and this is the Shastra Pramana for that. Nakha Tidhiti Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. The illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in the beauty. With this, we now move to the most exciting happening on planet Earth, Paramashivoham Level 3 program. So His Divine Holiness, it has announced that February 19th to March 11th, after 3 years of waiting, His Divine Holiness has declared the most awaited program, which is Paramashivoham Level 3. And it's an immersive 21-day awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. This Paramashivoham manifest the deeper experiences of 25 states of consciousness. As you know, these 25 states of consciousness are Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Turiya, and Turiyatita, and combination of these states where so this 25 states of consciousness, and it's a combination of these 5 states with each other, and the vertical time zones. So you'll be also just how beautiful thousands of people, tens and thousands of people had this vertical time zone experience last weekend. And His Divine Holiness is also going to grace similar program this weekend also. And is preparing our body, mind, spirit for the most intense happening in planet Earth, Paramashivoham 3, Feb 19th to March 11th. And it happens on the Mahashivratri time also. So you'll be experiencing the vertical time zones, and you'll be manifesting powers left, right, center. So this is the most auspicious happening. So join us for this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. And also our acharyas will guide you through whatever questions you have, comments you have about this Paramashivoham program or any other offerings for Devi Parashakti. Now, so this is the manifest the deeper experiences of 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zone, and power manifestation. So you can register on paramashivoham.org. So with this, now we'll look at how to do your offerings to Devi Parashakti. In the registration form, there are two options: ready to offer today or intention to offer on specific sevas. So first you go to the registration form on http://tiny.cc bhavasamadhi. Once you go and fill the registration form, and we'll guide you through this also. Right after this, I'm going to walk you through that entire process by opening the form and showing what fields need to be filled. Online payment system. So you can go to http://tiny.cc Devi offerings. So here you can pay for your sevas, and after the payment is done, you submit the final version, https://tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. So this is the way you can offer the sevas, and I will walk you through that in this next video. So here in this video, you'll see offerings to Devi Parashakti. In the registration form, there are two options: ready to offer today, or so the intentions for offering. So once you do that, then you click on the next button. And you fill out the form, and here first name, last name, phone number, city, state, country. And once you fill out the form, you go to the payment. So here you select different offerings. Online, you can also do the online payment on http://tiny.cc/Devi offerings. So here you can select the different ways of the different amounts and quantities and different ways of payment. And then you click on proceed to checkout. And then you fill out the billing details here. And you click on some of these icons here. I have read and agreed all these sections. And after payment is done, you submit the details for the puja names to be chanted at tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. So here you'll see the different phone numbers, zip, all those things, and all these additional fields which are sent from other systems. So with this, we move to the next section after a short.
your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache, or depression, or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present. by being ferocious with yourself. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all.
Yes. So welcoming each and everyone back to this next segment. We're going to enter into the glimpses of the glorious past on the 21st of January. So welcoming all the viewers on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and other social media platforms. If you do not already know, in this segment, we go through the years since the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started his public life and the various activities and contribution that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has offered to humanity. Like the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, Sanatana Hindu Dharma has a lot to contribute to humanity and its various dimensions. So in this segment, we'll be going through the years and seeing just that as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started his public life with his avataric mission of reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma, authentic Hinduism, through the revival of the nation of Sri Kailasa. So without further ado, we're going to start and jump into the first year for today's segment, the year 2007, on the 21st of January. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing a presidential address at the Ardha Kumbh Mela in Prayagraj. So here the delegates from various countries all over the world gathered in Prayagraj to witness the rare cosmic celebration, the Ardha Kumbh Mela, and soaked in the intense vibrations, triggering superconscious breakthrough at an individual and a collective level. As Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvanyakada, Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvanyakada, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with the prominent Akada seers, were the first to head for the sacred Shahi Snan, the royal bath. So for those who do not know, the Kumbh Mela is one of the biggest, if not the biggest gathering in the world, where more than 50 million people gather for the sake of taking bath in the holy waters of the location in which the Kumbh Mela is held. There are 4 major locations with their sacred rivers, and during the auspicious cosmic alignment, the astrological alignment. Taking bath in these sacred rivers brings tremendous completion and raises your frequency to higher levels of consciousness, and it helps you to experience the highest, higher time zones. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism naturally took part in this Kumbh Mela in the year of 2007. He is addressing the people who physically gathered in the hall and doing his work of enriching the world with the science of living enlightenment, which is hidden underneath every single dimension of Hinduism, of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So here we can see that in these pictures. We have more pictures. We can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism going around the camps in the Kumbh Mela. As Kumbh Mela, normally the land is an empty land on which tents are constructed for the sake of this great happening. In a very short amount of time, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tents are raised where the different organizations, different mutts, different traditions, different sampradayas come and gather for the sake of being part of this cosmic happening, which is Kumbh Mela. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with devotees, disciples, followers, and visitors in the Kumbh Mela camp. We have more pictures here. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performing puja, Sri Vidya Puja on the Mahameru. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared that fundamentally he is a Shakta, worshipper of Devi Parashakti. So here we can see Abhishekam being done to the Meru, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing kirtans on the right with symbols doing the chanting of the kirtans. We have more pictures. Here we have the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism meeting with Sharanagata Swami. On his way back to the camp, His Divine Holiness met Sharanagata Swami, who has a large ashram in the Gokul near Mathura. He greatly appreciated Dhyanapitam's effort, which is the organization, the first organization that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established. And Sharanagata Swami appreciated the efforts in fostering the Vedic culture and educating youth with all the Vedic knowledge. He was impressed by the sincerity of the young brahmacharis of the ashram. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism meeting various leaders of various organizations, various mutts, various ashrams, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is in his mission of reviving and uniting all the various sampradayas of Hinduism in order to revive the authentic Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Here we have more pictures regarding the Annadan distribution. Every day, food is served freely to whomsoever visits the camp. Every day, people visit the camp seeking blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives robes to the wandering mendicants and to the public who visits the camp. So the Supreme Pontiff of one big dimension of Hinduism in general, and obviously something that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is highly involved into, it is Annadan, the distribution of free food to whomever comes for the sake of receiving this prasadam. So Annadan is a very big dimension of Hinduism, where always food should be made available to feed people. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared in the past that when the stomach is hungry, the desire to cognize higher truths is reduced. So naturally, fulfilling the hunger should be the first priority. Only then can we contemplate and listen to the higher spiritual truths. So doing just that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also started the No Hungry Home project, where constantly feeding and offering free meals is part of the big contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worldwide in all the different embassies and monasteries around the globe. Here we have more pictures, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Inner Healing Program. Again, in 2007, the Inner Healing Program is in progress. It is a program where questions are thrown at the forum of persons chosen by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Each member of the forum answers the questions from a unique dimension. And at the end of it, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives his answer too. One acquires great intellectual clarity from this program that happens from time to time at the ashram and elsewhere. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted various types of programs since he started his public life. This is one of them. So the healing of the inner space, something which is very important for us to come back to the space of completion. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and some of the devotees, disciples, and followers gathering for this program during the Kumbh Mela.
Nithyananda. Now you can watch on 21st of January 2009, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Kodikan Ratha Pada Yatra. During this Kodikan Yatra in 2009, His Divine Holiness walked across the South India from Kanyakumari all the way to Bangalore, Adinam in the Biddi, where the Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari Devi Parashakti, they were all on the Ratha Yatra, and they were their darshan was taken by Koti Kan. Koti means millions of eyes, and those deities, after they came in Bidri, and His Divine Holiness used to travel all across the South India with this Kodikan Ratha Yatra. And on the left side, you can see His Divine Holiness is also talking to spiritual masters from other sampradayas. So you can see the master on the left side is from Vaishnava Sampradaya with the namam, like the long this thing. And so Bhagavan is, His Divine Holiness is connecting with different sampradayas, different, and thousands of people, almost 100,000 people, and gracing, blessing them, and going and offering the Pada Pujas at their places, and receiving their blessing. So now we can move to the next slide.
So entering into the year 2010, on the 21st of January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visits devotees' homes as part of the Vijaya Yatra. So Vijaya Yatra is a procession for the expressing the victory towards achievements or conquering obstacles. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism going to people's personal houses, people's personal businesses, and blessing them, answering their questions, giving them the boons they request, and healing them, and ultimately giving them the darshan and Kundalini, a glimpse of Kundalini awakening. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, since he started his public life, and even before he started his public life, has always been highly involved in reaching out to people one by one, attending to their questions, to their prayers, giving them blessings. So here we have a few pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing just that, even going to the businesses of the people and blessing their businesses for them to be successful, experience abundance, wealth, and prosperity in their life. Here we have more pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivering the satsang on Bhagavad Gita in Tamil. So one of the first big scripture that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded on is the Bhagavad Gita. Here we can see pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing just that in the Tamil language. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to conduct these very big satsangs where tens of thousands of people were to gather and listen to the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As an avatar of Paramashiva, one of his big responsibility is to map the Vedas and Agamas and all the Shastras into the language that we can easily relate to in today's world. One of the main responsibilities of avatars is to map the highest knowledge revealed by Paramashiva in a user-friendly way so that people can digest it, implement it, and experience it in their life, in their day-to-day life. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing that with the Bhagavad Gita, one of the main scriptures of Hinduism revealed by Bhagwan Sri Krishna when he incarnated in the body and was on the battlefield of the Kurukshetra, which is the Mahabharata war. So he revealed the Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna on that occasion.
Nithyananda. Now on 21st of Jan 2011, you'll see Pratyaksha Pad Puja has been offered at the feet of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam. And as this is the best service you can offer and connect with the with the higher Shaktis. So this is right after. So you'll also see few other slides. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visits the temple for the morning Panchatapas to cleanse the world from all the karmas and giving super conscious breakthrough to the humanity. So this is while performing the Panchatapas. During the Panchatapas, the fire is was ignited around His Divine Holiness, and this is to cleanse the world from all the karmas and give super conscious breakthrough to humanity. As you know, this 2011, 2010 was very, there was heavy persecution happening on His Divine Holiness, and to cleanse from all those karmas, His Divine Holiness did this extreme tapas to cleanse. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, giving boons and healing to the Life Bliss program participants. So at that time, His Divine Holiness was conducting the Life Bliss programs, and you can see how His Divine Holiness is giving the initiation and offering the blessings and boon request, listening to their what they want and connecting one devotee at a time. So so in this satsang, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivers the satsang on Ashtanga Yoga of Patanjali Yoga Sutra. And here on Sutra 100, he explains how important and what is pranayama, because the Orthodox translation says pranayama is control of breathing, but His Divine Holiness explained what is exactly the pranayama. And in this satsang, he explains it very well by explaining the cessation of air movements without thoughts is what Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism calls pranayama. So how to breathe without thoughts, without any thoughts or minimal thoughts. And he gives so beautiful examples of like air is like a truck, and life energy is cargo carried by the truck, and life energy gets unloaded into the body and air comes out. If there is less thought, more life energy will go inside. So in this satsang, and you can go on the Nithyanandapedia, or you can see the Patanjali Yoga Sutra series, and you can see this satsang and how Bhagwan explains these concepts, very simple language and easy to understand. So
entering now into the year 2012, on the 21st of January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visits the temple and the sacred banyan tree in the Adi Kailasa, Bididi, Bangalore. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was gifted the land in Bangalore after having received a vision from Paramashiva, and the landowner also having received a vision of Paramashiva in the form of Dakshinamurti, telling him to give the land to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the sake of his divine mission. So on this land, there's a very unique banyan tree, which is literally a portal towards the space of Kailasa of Paramashiva. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism entering the temple premises and reaching out to the banyan tree, going and experiencing the oneness with the banyan tree. We can see the picture on the right, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing just that. The Supreme Pontiff, on the same day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also speaks on the Bhagavad Gita, the chapter 3, the Karma Yoga, on the verse 37. He also speaks to devotees in Toronto, Kailasam, and San Jose, Madurai. So for those who want to listen to this satsang, please go on Nithyanandapedia on this day, 21st January 2012, and you will be able to access the satsang that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivered on that day.
Nithyanandam. So here on 21st January 2013, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivers the satsang on Kathopanishad. In this satsang, a speech narrates the story of Nachiketa, the child who overcame the mystery of death as related in Kathopanishad. Everyone can journey past the fear of death when they are living without attachment. When the sensory pleasure is felt incompletely, the body simply builds a tolerance, ultimately losing the ability to enjoy all at all. Once the understanding is achieved that all pleasures are temporary, the longing for them vanishes, and one is able to make a plan for death. Death, met with conscious awareness, can be used as a springboard to immortality. And I really highly recommend you watching this satsang and hear how His Divine Holiness also addresses the Gurukul Balasans and is also discussing about how Eka Santagrahi, how to build the Eka Santagrahi kids and all that. So with this, we move to So here, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave darshan, where all participants get the experience his own space through the mirror neurons and receives the Pratyaksha Pad Puja from the devotees. So Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism speaks to devotees and gives boons, individual darshan, and visits temple and the sacred banyan tree. And you can see the Dakshinamurti there. And also he is taking the calls from the devotees.
So entering now into the year 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivers the satsang on carrying the possibility in our hearts to awaken life within us. The possibility we carry should be infectious by our enthusiasm, spreading out to everyone around us. In this state, we are more active and useful to our family, neighbors, society, and ultimately humanity. Let us stay off the couch, away from the TV, and create excitement and joy in others. So, inviting each and everyone to go listen to the satsang again on this day. You can also see on the same day the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism giving the Sarvadarshan at the end of the satsang during the inner awakening. So receiving visitors one by one, blessing them and attending to their prayers and requests.
So on 21st January 2015, morning satsang continues with Upanishad series, Living Advaita. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how all of our incompletions may look factual, but they cannot be real. The ultimate truth is our consciousness is completion, joy, and fulfillment. Only when our SDHT, the self-doubt, hatred, denial grabs us, so it create superficial disturbances in us. They don't go to our core. In this way, the truth of Upanishads can penetrate to the core of us, transforming our being. So,
So on the year of 2016, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism speaks on the Hindu way of prayer, Sohamasmi, in the Ishavasya Upanishad in the verse 16. In today's satsang in the Ishavasya Upanishad, in the Living Advaita series, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives the essence of the verse 16, which holds in it the grand narrative of Hinduism. The Upanishadic rishis declare that even while they pray to the consciousness, indeed, they are verily in oneness with it. Sohamasmi, I am He. This is the ideal of the Hindu way of prayer, or prarthana, wherein even when a seeker, a devotee, has not yet realized the oneness, or Advaita, with the whole, yet he or she prays, relates, and rejoices with the divine, knowing that his self and the consciousness are ever one, and that center of oneness is what is prayed on. Such a way of connecting with the divine from the pure oneness quickly ensures the prayers becoming a reality, for it is done from the center of the ultimate truth, Shuddhadvaita. All paths of Hinduism merge under this universal, eternal truth of Sohamasmi, for the fulfillment of desires and wishes or devotion. So inviting each and everyone to listen to this very important satsang on the Hindu way of prayers revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Go on Nithyanandapedia on this day and you will be able to access this discourse.
Nithyananda, and this is one of my best memories. 21st January 2017, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts Kailasa's courtyard power manifesting sessions through the miraculous alchemy products. And here, His Divine Holiness, you should go and watch these videos, how Bhagavan offers the Jnananjanam in this video. In the second video, you'll see the miraculous alchemy product of Jnananjana. Until that, I had heard just the shloka Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya. But when I actually put the Jnananjana and how it literally changed and manifested third eye powers, so that I witnessed, you have to experience that. And the first video, you can see how the Nithyananda Yogam participants like me experienced manifesting Shaktis with His Divine Holiness, and You can see how Bhagavan was sitting in that in the yogam, and we also experienced the vertical dimensions. And now you have the same golden opportunity of Paramashivoham, where you are going to experience the same vertical time zones, and all at your house where you are. His Divine Holiness is going to come and grace. So don't miss this magnanimous cosmic opportunity. We move to the next.
So entering into the year 2018, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivers satsang on infinite dimensions of Mahadeva Paramashiva. In this video, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism speaks about what consciousness is and further explains about the length, breadth, depth dimensions of consciousness and Maya of the logic dimension. So inviting each and every one to listen to also this important satsang, as they are pretty much all very much important. So inviting each and everyone to go and listen to them. Very important, enlightening discourse about different dimensions of consciousness and the delusion of the logic dimension. We can also see more pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism bestowing the Shiva Diksha as part of the Paramashivoham program conducted in Adi Kailasa Belgium in Bangalore. So the Paramashivoham program, which was the end of the year big 21-day program where participants from around the world gathered to be physically around the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and literally experience the different states of consciousness, higher zones, and ultimately the manifestation of Shaktis, of powers. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also initiating the participants who desired into the Shiva Diksha, which is the first initiation which gives you the right to worship Paramashiva. So we can see that. And again, very soon, in less than a month, there's going to be another program conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Paramashivoham Level 3, which is similar to this big program for Mahasarashivoham, which is big happening and which is a very great opportunity for us to sit in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, break the patterns in which we are stuck, and make our life move forward to the next level.
Nithyanandam. So here on 21st Jan 2019, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offers prayers to Sri Sri Dr. Shiv Kumar Swamiji, 111 years of Tumkur Siddhaganga Math, who attained Mahasamadhi. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that Guru Mahasannidhanam Sri Sri Siddhaganga Math Swamiji, on his attaining Mahasamadhi, Guru Mahasannidhanam Sri Sri Siddhaganga Math Swamiji has been one of the greatest Siddha Purusha. His dedication, hard work to support people, his will, persistence, and integrity to his vision has always inspired all of us. And when you click on this video, you will see how Bhagavan has shown. He said, this is the video clip which I have, this is the most inspirational clip he has seen in his entire life. So please don't miss, even on the deathbed, when his Swamiji, Dr. Shiv Kumar Swamiji, was in full plaster and with all the saline, everything, how he was doing his, applying the vibhuti, doing all this. And Bhagavan also shares a wonderful example, how when he went to Tumkur to meet Dr. Shiv Kumar Swamiji of Tumkur, and he just went to receive his blessings. But Swamiji, Tumkur Swamiji said that I will personally come to your Adinam. And that time we just, Bhagavan just started this Adinam in 2003. And in 2003, His Divine Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, arranged everything. And this Shiv Kumar Swamiji is in charge of hundreds of institutions across Karnataka, and he has influenced and changed millions of people's life. And his deep connection with love and affection for His Divine Holiness, you can see the different things. So that's
So entering now in the year 2020, again on the 21st of January, we can see a few amazing pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism giving blessing and giving the satsang. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivers a satsang on the endless resource of energy, the four important principles of Paramashiva ontology, eschatology, epistemology, and axiology, as well as the binary logic and the multidimensional worlds, Nyaya and Vaisheshika logic. He also conducted the consciousness over matter initiation. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in this discourse, expanding on various very important dimensions of the knowledge of Paramashiva, the Paramashiva Jnana, and as well as the blind spots of the binary logic and the importance of establishing ourselves in the multidimensional logic, which is based on the multidimensional worlds. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also recently expanding on that with the parallel universes and the vertical time zones, on which the next Paramashivoham program, level 3, is going to be conducted. This dimension is going to be highly expanded upon, and participants will be given the experience of these dimensions. So something that should not be missed for us to have greater insights on our true nature and be able to make better decisions in our day-to-day life to experience a more blissful and energetic daily life and lifestyle. And coming to the final year of today's segment, on the year of 2021, again on the 21st of January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts the Bhava Samadhi Darshan as part of the Kailasa program. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. Our very memory awakens to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Having darshan, or even a glimpse of an avatar, cleanses the karmas of lifetimes and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Mahakala is the Lord of time and space, and as the Lord of time and integrity, he holds the key to the cosmic archives, the Akashic records, which contains the past, present, and future. Kalabhairava is the source of the causal body, the source from which rejuvenation from manifestation happens. So very important dimension of the contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the Bhava Samadhi Darshans, how he can invoke a different deity or energy to manifest through his body to give the devotees, disciples, and followers a glimpse of that manifestation of Paramashiva, a glimpse of the divine. So we'll be having a few minutes, we'll go into this clip and have a glimpse of the space of Mahakalabhairava, the Mahakalabhairava Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the Mahakalabhairavoham experience. So after having received a glimpse of the Kalabhairava Darshan, let us now enter into the space of deep listening and meditation before receiving the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So sit, head, neck, and spine in a straight line and close your eyes. Inhale deeply and slowly. Exhale deeply and slowly. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye and your Ananda Gandha. Connect intensely. Allow the feeling connection to intensify the space of yearning, seeking, devotion, and surrender. Unclutch from the activities of the mind, thoughts about what happened during the day or what is yet to happen during the day. Come back to this moment fully and intensely. Be ready to receive the space, the presence, the initiations, and the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the 1008th avatar of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma. From the space of deep listening, slowly you can open your eyes and be ready to receive His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam.
வாழ்வினை பெறுவோம். நித்யன் திருவடி கண்டு நோயற்ற வாழ்வினை பெறுவோம். ஆறு படை அப்பா ஓம் ஆறு படை அப்பா நித்யன் வாழும் நித்யகுரி மலையே. ஆறு படை அப்பா ஆறு படை அப்பா ஓம் ஆறு படை அப்பா நித்யன் வாழும் நித்யகுரி மலையே. ஆறு படை அப்பா கேட்டால் தருவாய் வந்தால் அருள்வாய். நித்யபுரி நித்யா நித்யா நித்யபுரி நித்யா. நித்யன் பாதம் கண்டு சகல செல்வமும் பெறுவோம். நித்யன் பாதம் கண்டு சகல செல்வமும் பெறுவோம். ஆறு படை அப்பா ஓம் ஆறு படை அப்பா நித்யன் வாழும் நித்யபுரி மலையே. ஆறு படை அப்பா ஆறு படை அப்பா ஓம் ஆறு படை அப்பா நித்யன் வாழும் நித்யபுரி மலையே. ஆறு படை அப்பா.
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ சமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பரமசிவ சக்தி மத்யமாம் அஸ்மதாச்சார்ய பர்யந்தாம் வந்தே குரு பரம்பராம். I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the dignitaries, very important, yes, statesmen from the various countries, representatives of the various countries for this grand global conclave of an ancient traditional celebration of unity and peace and courage, Thaipusam with Sri Kailasa, uniting nations for indigenous traditions and tribes. We are honored to have Mr. Anthony Kiwonka, Department Minister, representative of Liberia. Thank you for being here. We are honored to have you here, Minister Mr. Anthony Kiwonka from Liberia. Honorable Solomon George, member of House of Representatives representing Liberia. Mayor Peter Kezola representing Uganda. Honorable Deng Jesus Mading, Parliament member representing Jangle and chairperson of South Sudan Young Parliamentarian Caucus, South Sudan. I welcome you. We are honored by your presence. Mr. R.N. Hawker, Director of Migration Investments representative of Turkey, Mr. Philip P. Reklai, Senator and representative of Palau, President of Reklai Associates. Thank you for being here. Haji Sainul Sarafat, President of Anjuman Zunatul Jamaat Association, representative of Trinidad and Tobago. Right Reverend Dr. Joseph, head of the Lutheran Church Malawi. Datuk Dr. Logabalan Mohan, Deputy Minister of Federal Territories representing Malaysia. Mr. Gurpreet Singh, President of Punjab Organization representing Malaysia. And there's a long list of guests who are here. I sincerely thank every one of you for being here. We are honored by your presence. Thank you once again. And I also welcome all the ambassadors, ministers, representatives of Kailasa, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. We are honored by all of you. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. On this auspicious occasion, celebration, global conclave of an ancient traditional celebration of unity and peace and courage, Taipusam, organized by Kailasa, Uniting Nations for Indigenous Traditions and Tribes. Message from Paramashiva directly is, let us strengthen the grassroots of our conscious lifestyle to live consciously successful life on planet Earth. Please understand, the worst crisis humanity is going through is largest population ever on the planet Earth feels uprooted. Please understand. Never ever world faced this conscious pandemic. I'm not talking about corona. I am talking about largest population, more than 70% of the human population feels they are uprooted. They have no roots. Consciously feel their life has no purpose. I tell you, the greatest problem humanity is facing now is not just pandemic, corona, or global warming. All this we can handle too easily if we are consciously strong. If human beings are consciously strong, handling corona, global warming, other problems are too easy. But unfortunately, more than 70% of the humanity, please understand when I am saying these words, 70%, after thorough research, studying the scientific researches, analysis done by multiple universities which are working on various human societies, ethnic cultures. After thoroughly studying all of that, I am making this statement. More than 70% of the humanity feels consciously uprooted. The feeling of belongingness is stolen away. That's one of the fundamental flaw, I should say. The fundamental right to all human beings is feeling conscious belongingness, feeling grounded, feeling fulfilled with their life. Unfortunately, the political ideologies which are extremely exploitative, religious ideologies which are extremist, the militant missionaries and missionary militants, prani capitalism, deadly combination of all these three. Prani capitalism, extremist religious ideologies, and extremely exploitative, oppressive political ideologies and decision makers. The deadly combination of these three has made more than 70% of the human beings consciously uprooted. The biggest problem humanity is facing now is conscious pandemic. Feeling purposeless. The definition of life is not convincing, satisfying. Please understand, 50% of the middle-aged, middle-class people are dropping from regular jobs. Regular jobs are not going to be any more normal lifestyle. The new normal is not going to have a regular clerical, industrial, working population. This is one of the major revolution happening all over the world. Nobody is waking up to it. And 20% of the population just want to move away from the grid. Not just from job. They just don't want the human civilization. They are moving into the forests, remote villages. They don't want all the comforts, luxuries the modern day civilization is providing, because they feel it's the too costly exchange. The 20% do not know the solution, but one thing they became very clear, they don't want the modern civilization anymore. Understand? I am not against science, modern civilization. I am not against any of it. But the crony capitalists, extremist religious ideologies like militant missionaries and missionary militants, and absolute oppressive, sadist, autocratic, power-hungry political decision makers, deadly combination of these three is making people lose their roots. I call this as a conscious pandemic, which is more serious problem than global warming or corona, the global pandemic which we are going through. Please understand, this conscious pandemic of feeling uprooted, feeling displaced, is imploding human society from inside. No amount of painkillers, depression medications, psychiatric drugs is going to help these root problems of humanity. No amount of addiction, illegal drugs is going to help the humanity to find solution. All the decision makers all over the world, if you are a decision maker in the political field, religious field, media, or entertainment field, Hollywood, Bollywood, Gollywood, Sandalwood, or social media influencer, if you are influencing the society in any form, I request all of you sincerely, please wake up to this truth. We are having conscious pandemic all over the world. The only solution is strengthening our indigenous lifestyle consciously. Let's go back to our way of eating. Each part of the world, country, had their way of diet before this multinational companies started dumping food-like products in the name of food into our stomach and make our body as their source for income. Understand, a patient cured is a client lost for big pharmas. They are not going to think for your health. It is very open. It's a business for them. So why will they think? They are not charitable organization. They are not compassion-centric ideology organization. They are declared for-profit companies. Why don't we wake up? The big pharmas are going to only work for their profit. For them, your body is an income source. Why don't we wake up to the simple truth and drop the blind spot with which we are pushing our life, and masses, billions of human beings into irreversible physical, mental, psychological, emotional damages we are collectively causing. Please understand. Crony capitalism in the field of pharma, in the field of food, is not only extremely dangerous, it is causing irreversible damage to the human bodies, minds, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically. We are leaving the worst kind of body-mind structure for our next generation. Please understand. In multi-level stealing the conscious indigenous life from the people, whether the indigenous Hindu traditions are stolen away, destroyed from the Hindus living in remote villages of Nepal, India, Malaysia, or the indigenous homegrown family lifestyle of worshipping Voodoos, the Voodoo traditions being stolen away, robbed, forcibly taken away from the African indigenous tribes. All these are the crimes against humanity. Please understand. Whether a Munishwaran temple is getting demolished in a remote village in Tamil Nadu, or Mariamman temple is getting demolished in a remote village in Malaysia, or the village Hindu tribes getting brainwashed and forcibly getting converted in Nepal, or the indigenous African tribes and traditions is getting wiped off in the name of modernization, and they losing their Voodoo traditions and converting losing their conscious roots and being consciously manipulated, bullied, exploited by missionary militants and militant missionaries. All these are causing conscious pandemic for human beings. The deadly combination of these three all over the world is causing chaos. It is time consciously we the people, we the humanity reclaim our indigenous lifestyle, traditions, unconsciously. Modernization does not mean getting brainwashed and losing your conscious roots by this deadly combination of crony capitalist autocratic political decision makers extremely misinforming, brainwashing mainstream media and militant missionaries and missionary militant religious political ideologies. Common man follows science, science follows simply obediently the large powerful media and pharma mafia. Even in this global pandemic corona, common man follows science. Common man is controlled by science and science is controlled by big pharmas. Big pharmas have evolved more like a modern day mafia than solution for the problems of humanity. It is time we the people, we the human beings, we the conscious beings wake up and not allow ourselves to get silenced by those powerful forces trying to silence us. We should get back to our conscious roots, our conscious lifestyle, our own conscious introduction about ourselves, the way we deal our body, our mind, our pleasures, our pains, our relationships, the concept of economy, concept of currency, concept of money, concept of social structure. In every level, it is time we get back to our roots consciously, not allow these chronic capitalists and chronic capitalists supported militant missionaries and missionary militants get to our conscious roots. We are made to eat something food-like product in the name of food, plastic food, which makes us not only sick, alters our body and mind once and for all to be a client for pharmaceutical industry. Big pharma mafias, and we continue to earn, live just to make big pharmas richer and richer and richer. Patient cured is a client lost is their ideology. And common mass, billions of people are just being treated as the clients not as patience. Non-violence, conscious coexistence need to enter into all our thought currents, the way of living, in our business decisions, social understandings, the way we influence ourselves and the people around us and the world. Please understand, 70% of the world population is imploding. Consciously feel uprooted, displaced. This conscious pandemic really need to be taken very seriously. Efforts to correct the course correction should start now. Kailasa is all about conscious course correction. We are not interested in who committed the crime. We are only interested in waking up the human beings that the crime has been committed on them and move them away from the sufferings and make them consciously grounded again. Feel fulfilled again. Feel this home, planet Earth, the only home we human beings have. We have some more guests joining. Honorable Jose Miguel Benitez, the Mayor of Guatemala Zone, representing Guatemala. Thank you for being here. All over the world, in the name of globalization, our indigenous roots are consciously getting destroyed. It is time we revive the conscious-centric civilization, conscious-centric lifestyle, conscious-centric life solutions. We human beings need to revisit all the ideas about what is money, what is currency, what is crime, who should be put in prison, who should be rewarded, awarded, what is science. All these definitions need to be revisited consciously. What is human body? What is human mind? What is human being? what is the meaning of health, what is the definition of consciously feeling fulfilled, what is the definition of peace, what is the definition of love, what is the definition of joy. All this need to be redefined, revisited consciously. At least last 200 years. Heavy damage is done. I'm not talking just about India or Sri Lanka, Nepal, Malaysia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan. No, I'm talking about the whole world, Africa. The whole suffering human beings going through in Afghanistan is they accepted the ideology which dictates them, brainwashes them to kill people if they have a different opinions. Instead of handling the logic with the logic, when sword is used to cut the head, if there is an idea in somebody's head and you have better idea, try to share your idea. But just because the other person has different idea in his head, just cutting his head is not going to solve the problem. But unfortunately, when you accept those ideologies, once you start killing anyone, once you complete the killing of the people whom you think as ideologically different outsiders, you start killing within yourself, because the habit of killing by then becomes part of your lifestyle. You can't do anything. You don't know anything else other than either you kill or get killed. A militant missionary ideology are causing millions of people getting even physically uprooted, making them refugees. And then missionary militants, conversion, religious conversion for the sake of political motives, the mass conversion is terrorism. We human beings need to know an individual for the sake of conscious reason changing his ideologies due to conscious evolution is absolutely okay. That's a freedom. But mass conversion with a political ideology heavily funded externally is a terrorism. It's a violence. Just like gun terrorism, gun violence, humanity should wake up and realize conversion terrorism and conversion violence. Gun violence kills only in thousands. Conversion violence kills in millions. We Hindus, who are the victims of militant missionaries and missionary militants, have to wake up to tell the truth to the world. We need to start somewhere. We should make the world understand. Stop this consciously uprooting people. By terrorizing us with the militant missionaries, missionary militants, and the lifestyle, consumeristic lifestyle being forced on us in the name of culture, modernization by the chronic capitalists. When you get addicted to food-like products in the name of food, please wake up. Your body is becoming the source for income for the big pharma mafias. We human beings need to reclaim our conscious-centric, indigenous lifestyles. We should free ourselves from currency-centric, profit-motivated, profit-centric food, medicine lifestyles forced on us. First, human beings should liberate themselves by the profit motive multinational companies, food and medicine lifestyles forced on us. Second, profit motive large mafia teaching us about our mind, the false theories dumped on our mind to make us as a patient and resource for their companies. By teaching the false ideas, concepts in the name of psychology, psychiatry, and in the name of mental health. And the false ideas about the currency being taught to us. False ideas about wealth being taught to us. The false ideas about religion, life being taught to us. Let's free ourselves from all this and consciously get back to our indigenous traditions. Our ancestors who are conscious beings who did not look at us as clients or resource for their income, or their slaves, are the source for their power. Our ancestors were conscious. My sincere request to all the decision makers, social influencers who are here, Let's wake up to this conscious pandemic humanity is going through. Let's start now. Let's do something now. Let's get back to food style, lifestyle, medicines, everything our ancestors gave us consciously. Understand? In that conscious lifestyle, if we need to do some evolution, let us evolve consciously in that very lifestyle and stop discarding that whole conscious lifestyle of our indigenous traditions. Conscious indigenous traditions and the conscious lifestyle is the solution for all the conscious pandemic human beings are going through all over the world. Thank you for being here. Maybe in further satsangs, I'll reveal more and more the solution from conscious enlightened civilization, ancient civilization. Of the humanity, Hindu tradition. Kailasa is all about reviving the ancient, enlightened, conscious-centric, indigenous traditions. Hinduism is just nothing but the collection of around 10,000 indigenous traditions, indigenous lifestyles. We are not like modern day organized religions. We are not enforced cookie cutter solutions. We see human beings as conscious beings, not as source for money, not as source for power, not as source for anything. We see human beings as conscious living beings. Non-violence is the foundation of Hinduism and the foundation of Kailasa's constitution. Let's get back to our conscious indigenous traditions, liberate ourselves from this huge conscious pandemic and help the humanity to free themselves from this conscious pandemic. That's all is my request to all the decision makers who are here from various walks of life. Thank you all. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam Paramadvaitam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyanandam, Jnanapadati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadi Lakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. All the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explains what is power manifestation, becoming alive, the powerful space that we can experience as the ultimate reality. It's a science because millions have experienced that, and each one of us can experience right now. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. All the pramanas give us the cognitive shift from what we understand as mind, self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. Beyond that, there exists a space. Paramashiva is real. Consciousness is real. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures as Vedas and Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of Aptas, the authority of Hinduism, who have manifested all the powers of Paramashiva, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan's very own Leelas to showcase to the world how manifesting power every single day, the cognitive shift, can manifest into a superconscious space where we manifest the whole reality. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciples, devotees, followers all around the world, initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Bhagavan has beautifully said that he is more present than all of us, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva when we are in the oneness space with Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. What happens to the brain when we manifest powers? The thoughtless space happens and the prefrontal cortex becomes very vibrant, simply manifesting all the greatest auspiciousness, abundance, discoveries, inventions, healing, and much more. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana for the power of conquering element. The Shastra Pramana is the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures as Vedas and Agamas. For the power of conquering the element in length, breadth, depth is taken from Shiva Samhita 3.78 Tritiya Patala by Ishvara.
Shiva Samhita 3.78 Tritiya Patalaha by Ishvara. Samvatsara kritabhyasad bhairavo bhavati dhruvam animadi gunan labdva jita bhuta gana swayam. Samvatsara kritabhyasad bhairavo bhavati dhruvam animadi gunan labdva jita bhuta gana swayam.
Beautifully in the Shastra Pramana from Shiva Samhita 3.78 Tritiya Patala by Ishvara, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, when the yogi continues to manifest the above powers for a year, he becomes Bhairava, the independent cosmic power of Paramashiva, who is the Lord of completion and time and space. He attains the and expresses the power of anima, etc., all the 8 naturally super powers in oneness with Bhairava. By his very own self, conquers all the element in length, breadth, and depth dimensions. Bhagavan beautifully says how we are traveling in multiple dimensions and vertical time zone when we understand this greater reality, how we exist. What we understand, if you take a television set, we know that the channel that we are tuning, you can watch that channel. But there are so many channels in the television sets, and we say we are not able to go to the channel 10, which is a spiritual channel, but it goes on going to the channel 4, which is the violence. Constantly, we are pressing the channel 4, which is violence, and continuing to be that way. The only thing that Bhagavan beautifully says that how our past is creating the present reality. We recreate the past. It's like you see the future and you recreate it in your present again and again. That is what is living the past. Again and again, when you recreate the future as your past, that is seeing your past as future and recreating as your present moment. When you stop doing that, your past is liberated from that identity that you carry as violence, and simply you can experience the current reality, the power over now. Bhagavan says, how do I do that? And how do I experience the higher time zones? Bhagavan has beautifully said, when you detox your body with Nirahara Samyama, neem juice, haritaki, castor oil, and constantly with the Adimaduram, Thuduvalai, and Ponnangani, all these herbs gives us the removal of all the parasites in your gut, which is creating all this problem. It's like Bhagavan says, all the guests sitting in your home and driving a chaos, and you don't know how to handle them, and you go get into the chaos. Simply drive them out, and you will be in such a restful awareness. All these which is making you sad, depressed, tired, bored, incomplete, frustrated, and stubborn bacteria and viruses which are sitting in your gut runs your brain. Bhagavan beautifully says, getting removed of all that, you simply feel the restful awareness. The lower 3 chakras is where we mostly live. That is confusion, fear, guilt, and all that lower anger and lower frequency that we are living constantly is because we are driven by handling these bacteria constantly, which is not us. The very core who we are is consciousness. Because we are consciousness, we are able to see these bacteria. Bhagavan says, because you have a television, you can play the channels. Now you know how to remove these channels. You can have the channel what you want. That is consciousness as your reality. And simply Bhagavan says, when you remove the identity, simply you get sucked into consciousness. How do I experience that? Bhagavan beautifully says, when you are in the oneness with Paramashiva, when you remove all these identities and you surrender yourself, seeing everything that is happening is a space of Paramashiva guiding you, manifesting in you, and running your whole life, you simply understand that you are in the space of oneness. Bhagavan beautifully says how you're building all your outer world reality is like you're building on a tectonic plate, and if it shakes, the earthquake happens, everything falls down again and again. You have to build. That is what is our birth and death cycle. But if we are very clear, Paramashiva is real, then there is no plate that is what we understand to the greater reality. And we experience the frequency, higher reality as energy, consciousness, as our very own reality, experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva. Beautifully in Atma Pramana, how Rama's Hanumanji was manifesting all the greatest power. All he did was just hold the space. Rama is real, consciousness is real, and Ramanama is the ultimate. By chanting the Ramanama, he proved that even Bhagavan says greater than Rama, who had given the Ramanama, whether it is Valmiki or Ram Surat Kumar, Sharada Devi, or Tyagaraja, all of them, only the whole essence is the chanting of Ramanama and ultimately merging into the Ramanama. The sound, what we are made of, the sound and the light particle which assembles us to what reality we are seeing. When the sound, that inner voice, the words that we utter, is constantly towards the lower chakras, we are constantly driven by all the bacteria and all of them run a riot. If you unclutch from that, one from detox, one unclutch from all that obsessive compulsive reactionary space, the mind runs, the buddhi runs just reflecting consciousness as reality. The Ramanama cleanses us so much. Bhagavan beautifully says that Ram Surat Kumar, who always constantly in smoking that village cigarette, but nothing smells or nothing gets hurt because he is always chanting Ramanama continuously, holding the highest space. And simply 40 years he did not take bath, but still sandalwood smelled around him because he lived that very word, very mantra as the ultimate for him. When you are replacing with your constant negative words with the ultimate word of Mahavakya, you raise yourself in the higher frequency. Bhagavan says your spindala, your spinal cord, constantly is raising the kundalini higher, but constantly we are pulling ourselves with all the confusion, all the chaos that is created in our lower three chakras. But when we start understanding and start unclutching, we move to the higher chakras, higher frequency, and we experience the higher reality. Already Rama saw Hanuman when Hanuman said, "How do I go to Lanka?" He just saw him that he had already been in Lanka. He already flew to Lanka. He said, "Go fly and go there." And simply Hanuman understood, oh, Rama said it, then it has already happened. Then his past has already set the target, and he just sees that Rama has said it has already become reality and starts chanting the Ramanama, simply starts flying. There is no inhibition or there is nothing between what Rama said as an initiation and what Hanuman ji felt as a reality. That is why he manifested the powers of Ramanama immediately when he experienced the oneness with Rama, Lord Rama. Bhagavan beautifully speaks in the Atma Pramana how to maintain our body to experience the ultimate.
Class. I don't know how many billions of dollar industry. I'm going to talk on this one samyama for next 7 days. And I am going to create a thorough, scientific, Vedic weight loss program. Different levels of understanding on this weight loss I wanted to share with you. First, what is overweight? Being unaware of the closest object to your inner space. What is the closest object to your inner space? Your body. Living unaware of that, you don't understand the stomach is also a tumor which does not directly kill you, or I can say it directly kills you, which does not give the pain of the tumor, that's all. There is no difference between the extra stomach and the tumor. Tumor gives pain, this extra stomach does not give pain immediately, that's all. Otherwise both kills. I can say the big belly stills and kills. Humor immediately kills. Being unaware. The base from I wanted people to start the understanding is, by the nature of your intelligence, your body can directly produce whatever it wants from the Panchaputas, means from the sky, from the air, from the sun rays. Sun rays is the fire representation. And from the water, from walking on the ground. It can just imbibe whatever it wants directly. You may need to support very little for the earth element, whatever has grown out of earth, like little grains, little vegetables. Maybe that support you need to add, that's all. Otherwise, your body is independently intelligent to run itself. In that 5 Panchabhutas, only 1 Bhuta you may need to supply a little bit. Supply only required for 1 Bhuta element. Big belly and spirituality do not stay together. You may say, no, there were enlightened masters with big bellies. They had grown big belly after enlightenment, not before. You also get enlightened, then grow, no problem. After that, they don't need to attend the body. They just left it. It was there and they were there. They were able to operate without that body also. It was only a center for people to recognize and feel connect with them. Understand, this body is only a center for me, where you feel connected to me. Understand? I relate to you through this body. You relate to me through this body. So it is just there. So don't bother about master's body dimension. Don't justify the master's body dimension and plan for your body. A Vedanti should be healthy and handsome, presentable. Unfortunately, the Vedic tradition has distanced itself from health. I can say the greatest important contribution to Buddhism, to the planet Earth is, they never allowed the health and their religion be separated. Patanjali says, do samyama on the throat center. All the feeling of hunger and thirst will disappear. I wanted to reveal the sacred secrets step by step, inch by inch. Layer by layer from the sutra. First thing I wanted you to know is, hunger and thirst is not from stomach, not from Manipuraga. It is from Vishuddhi. Unfortunately, you have become so perverted the moment you feel the heaviness is reducing in the stomach, you think that is hunger. Understand? Hunger and thirst is supposed to be the signal sent to your body saying that I am having less energy, please arrange for more energy. But you have been trained so badly, when the heaviness in the stomach reduces, means when the matter, mass sitting on your stomach to get digested, when that reduces, immediately your body sends a signal, oh, please send me more, send me more. 2 reasons. 1, deep insecurity you have about food. Better let us store it for future. Who knows when we will get the next meal again. Second, it has become habit to hold. Understand? If you don't enjoy chewing in the mouth, you will enjoy digestion in the stomach. Another one important sacred secret. Enjoy the food when you are chewing it in the mouth. Otherwise, You will enjoy the food when it is in your stomach during digestion, which is dangerous. You become perverted and you start enjoying it during the digestion. When you start enjoying the food during the digestion, the moment you feel the heaviness is less, your body will send signals, come on, we need more, send it, send it, send it. You wanted always stomach to be full because you are enjoying it in belly. You are not enjoying it in the mouth. That is why I tell you, if you are a person taste-based, you will never have big belly. If you are insensitive to your tongue, you will be enjoying the food in the stomach, so you always wanted stomach to be full. Your body sends signals to you, oh, I'm empty, please dump food. I tell you, first thing, do this from today. Do not put the food inside your body unless you feel the hunger and thirst in the throat. Raghupati Yogi used to do this. Before initiating anybody, he will ask them to fast for 11 days. I used to wonder why. He will tell, only when you feel that hunger and thirst in the throat, start eating. Means changing the wrong signals to right signals. The habit of wrong signals being sent to your body should be broken. Understand? Habit of receiving wrong body signals and responding to it should be broken.
So beautifully, Bhagavan said, the right signals to your input to the system will trigger the right power over now. The wrong signals, when you are driven by the bacteria, the signal to your system is rerun the past in the future and start running the present also as towards that future, which is actually a past, and recreate the same problem again and again. Beautifully, manifesting this power simply gets us out of all these patterns because the Panchabhuta is so powerful. Today you can work with the elements water, earth, fire, time and space. Like you can increase the water level or make the water hot or cold, or you can have the earth element, that is the plants or even pets. You can ask them to respond to you, and the time and the space, stopping the time or in the space, making the Vatavarna, the weather, change that wherever you want. You can change the weather, the space component. You can play it in different ways, just verbally commanding it or visually commanding it or cognitively from your depth. Bhagavan says we are human being. Being means you have a depth. Only when you have the depth to command the reality outside based on how your inner space is, more and more you start becoming human being. And more you travel to the vertical time zone, the parallel universe synergy trigger happens because you are able to see your higher dimensions and higher possibility parallel universe and replicate and bring it to this reality and manifest as powers. Now, once you decide what you're going to do, just put away everything, take a picture of that so that you can share at the end of the session. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line and completely unclutch from everything, like all the parasites and all the bacteria that is in your gut. Tell all of them the inner chatter that you will attend to them after the session. How in the deep sleep you don't have any inner chatter. That is not part of you, and you know to stop. Every night you do stop, getting rid of all of them and being in just the space of Paramashiva. Now bring the listening to your third eye. That will make all the thoughts disappear. More and more you're in the listening. Thoughts cannot happen. Either you can listen or you can have thoughts. And absolute unclutching from all the thoughts, whether it is pain or some problems or some narration going on in your inner chatter. Very clearly say, I am with Paramashiva. For a few minutes, do not disturb me. I will come back to you. For a few minutes, I am going to only engage Paramashiva is real, consciousness is real. I'm entangling with Bhagavan in the beautiful space of oneness and chanting the Mahavakya intensely. The more and more you start chanting the Mahavakya, and it turns not loudly but deeply, that it turns into Ajaba Japa. What is deeply and what is Ajaba Japa? When you're chanting without your tongue moving, you are just listening to your inner voice. And that listening is much more deeper. And Bhagavan says you start manifesting higher dimension, higher reality. You can chant loudly also, that's fine. But listening is the more biggest key of the whole thing. And completely entangled with Bhagavan, holding the space, you are Paramashiva. Sit as Paramashiva with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands, and know very clearly Bhagavan is waiting to manifest through you. All you need to do is drop the identity and he will suck you into that Paramashiva space. Just surrender to Paramashiva. Whatever you're going through, whatever you want from the outer world, you will be getting much more than what you are going through or whatever is happening in a most auspicious way. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely, and whatever you manifest, make sure you're taking a picture so that you can share at the end of the session. Let's start chanting with a deep listening.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let
Beautiful. Whatever we are experiencing, take a picture of that, and at the end of the session we will share conquering the elements, 5 elements in length, that is the verbalization, breadth, visualization, depth in the cognition level. Once it becomes the cognition, you know that beautifully it becomes your reality. Length dimension is just the information, like what we have, 2 plus 2 equal to 4. But breadth dimension is much more than the length, where beautifully Bhagavan says, if the canvas and the painting is not equal to canvas and painting, the painter, the artist, the breadth creation is also added. There's something more than the length is breadth. And the same breadth as depth as cognition is when the cognition becomes much more deeper than what you understand. The creativity is much more as a flow in you, as a happening in you. And more we understand it's Paramashiva who's manifesting in me as every reality that I'm experiencing again and again. Simply we understand the higher science, higher reality. He is manifesting, even moving my hand. If you understand, if he is moving your hand, he can move the water also. He can move the temperature also. He is moving your body temperature constantly. Same way he can change the temperature of the outer world. If he can manifest the whole universe and your body, he can function both in your reality also. So all that we need to do is, if Bhagavan has given this, already it has happened in vertical time zone. You just have to bring it to your time zone by raising your frequency and visualizing that as your reality, and bringing to this reality in physical reality, seeing as real. More and more to understand the signs, when you manifest all these powers, you get a click of this signs and you manifest all the greater reality. Even if you don't understand, you're still Paramashiva. Hold the space that Paramashiva, like how you are a $1 trillion kid, you are the chosen one, you are the ultimate. You understand only that. If your father is $1 trillion, you are $1 trillion. Simply you know that you can manifest all the powers because Paramashiva is your guru. He is manifesting your life. Already he is manifesting. All that we need to do is surrender our identity and let him manifest in the fullest possibility. Let's have one more cycle of manifesting the power of conquering the element in length, breadth, depth. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. You can have any of the elements that you are working with. You can work with water, the weather, or the fire. Everything, just be cautious, but you can work with any of the elements by commanding it through length, breadth, or depth. Let's start chanting to experience the oneness and deep listening to manifest the powers of Paramashiva.
Paramashiva, overflow, manifest the powers in all our third activity. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third actions. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Whatever you have experienced, please go ahead and share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, enriching and causing is seeing everybody as Paramashiva. That is why causing is so powerful and you experience the ultimate bliss. More and more when you manifest powers, you see yourself as Paramashiva manifesting all this reality. When you're causing others, you start seeing the world as Paramashiva. More and more when we enrich and cause, we understand Paramashiva is real. Consciousness is the very reality we are experiencing. Simple exercise to understand the greatest truth Bhagavan has given. such beautiful, powerful cognitions for us to understand the greatest knowledge. And Bhagwan has beautifully made us experience that also in Kailash Courtyard, initiating us into the ultimate time zones. Now, let's surrender all this greater truth and powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagwan's lotus feet, thanking Bhagwan and thanking all of you in all the social media, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Simple integrity, simple obedience, manifesting all this greater truth, collective integrity happening all over the place. And if you see the dollar sign at the end of the chat in the YouTube, you can offer your gratitude, your donations to Kailasha at Bhagwan's lotus feet. The more and more when we offer to Kailasha, we build Kailasha in our inner space. The what is that you are getting out of donating is the Kailasha itself in your inner space. Bhagwan beautifully says what you contribute, what you vote for matters a lot. What you cherish is what you would speak to the world. What you contribute is what you believe it is the truth. So all this great exercise that Bhagwan has given for us to raise to the higher time zones, higher dimensions and higher realities. Thanking Bhagwan and thanking all of you in deep gratitude. With a deep earning, Paramashiva is real in my thought, word, and action, and seeing everyone as Paramashiva as my powerful cognition, holding this as my powerful cognition, ending this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. The next session will be at 6 p.m. IST. You can join in through the Zoom and through eKailasha. Thank you, Nithyanandam.